Alright, let's get started. Hello guys, it's Robin Phoenix. Welcome back to my channel. Today we will be finishing up Phoenix Friday's Eternal Trials and Tribulations. Last time we completed Turnabout Beginnings and we played the first half of Bridge of the Turnabout. And now we will be finishing it up. We will be finishing up this trilogy. Let's begin. Yep. Alright. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial records of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, the FA, have handled in the court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into the Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to do this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in the artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of consideration tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the shady Shisto did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig out the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have a feeling that we met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. But since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta go back to work on the bridge, sure, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can cross to the other side. Ah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as all's set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Tenchu. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Right, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I gotta continue collecting evidence. Come on, please. It's for art's sake. I swear. There's only one guy I know who would be this persistent and high-stung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. I'll make you famous. Ah! Enough! A fool's foolishness of the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. The brain's probably like a sunny side up and you want me to grill me over a name? Granny, you can't do that. Even if we speak Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip at that horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her that she needs to remodel a new picture but Flanny's whippity whip trick. Ah! You told you I need to be a model. I learned to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling you the truth. I saw what I saw. He flew, I tell you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm going to forgive you guys if you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed of you with the past year, Phoenix and I. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy, so she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Francesca from Carmen, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promise to Korea and Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francesca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was a legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. Look at the eyes. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Damn. Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix, right? You will fall for me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not for my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Admiral Okama as well. Well, Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said that this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's especially why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teeny-weeny pieces probably better. It's probably a fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolishly fool, doing such a foolishly favor for such a foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you. Not like I thought you would be here to bring me some cool killer action now. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. Is that the whole thing? Yes. Every last word, every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought on my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than the fool who foolishly thinks. Don't you let me know once the bridge is repaired. Maya. She's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. It's one long sigh. Sister Bikini? Mama, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mr. Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mr. Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck in an inner temple. And the poor little girl's gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearl? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any side flaws, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself, old friend? You know that artist that testified after me? I saw Iris flying, the white hood fluttering. I felt like she might start flying myself. I suddenly made test myself purposely about something so impossible. I started to wonder if I acted just like you when I was at the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Lara are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed she was in a room housed at the temple. I knew I should have come back here at night. And because you did, Maya stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the trading hall looks like it's about to fall down in any second. Eagle Mountain has always been a prone to earthquakes, just so you know. An earthquake? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels at the trading hall. You gotta get Maya out of there. Fast! But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. Yeah, like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on the other side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded by all sides of the river or the forest. I see. So the criminal will be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as that bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer, and no way to escape either. Oh dear, yes I suppose it does. Please, come shoot. Get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements of your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Denham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No. I was wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. I think Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of each mountain, as you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed that you always refer to Miss Denham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. But we address our visitor as Mystic. It makes this experience feel authentic. Anyway, she's older than me. She must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Uh-oh. It seems Miss Elise Denham is no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham at the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. But why did Pearl have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham at the night of the murder, right? Remember her? Yes, but I have a temple run, you know, and I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even was after we finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left that Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there's some clues that had yet to be found? Hey! What is that jarring, inconceivably loud yell? This is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairing your bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'll let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you, Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is strict to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You could get much more involved than me. Oh yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ah! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Karma! Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My, wow, you certainly have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What do you think doing, Brown Phoenix, right? Ow! That hurts, you know? Silence! I, Francesca Undercover, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Things has certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice! Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? You must have a very time for your little girl. You're... I am Francesca Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well... I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yo! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. Your smile on your face, your smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mr. Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something like this place seems different than 2 days ago. There's a weird smell coming from the incinerator. That door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clues concealed here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix, right? But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francisca von Karma? I seem to remember. There was a snow in the incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, right? It's pretty good to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? A strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird log wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they were guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look like just the ones that guard the person's secrets during the cycle. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in the dark cavern. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of pain, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? What took you so long? I thought even you managed to get here faster than this. Mr. Wright. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I have something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope to ever understand. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? It was the wild mare, Wright. This is Miss Monkarma. She was actually prosecuted in your absence today. Ha. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take their reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Billy, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whipperbird. Go home. Phoenix Wright? Well, why are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks than a whip like that, Wright. Well, what? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you said something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You have some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before and perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Wright, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extracted from hell is a tedious affair. And realistic regeneration and adjustment of the internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us to all live to the ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my enlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these large goggles in my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk on my body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you said you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, right. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, what if Phoenix Wright? Do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug in the corner of my memory. I think I do know about Godot was killed. It will be all clear to do tag. Isn't that right, Wright? Earlier, you said I'd done something that I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here is on the side of Dusky Bridge in an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wondered, Wright, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on the side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? Well, that's impossible. She came here the night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. this is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you there at the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my Christian angel. Don't you see that big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. And she bit on more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I say you learned nothing, Tripe. You robbed her of her life. Now, you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this particular looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and sacred cavern will be a thing of the past. Very well, then I dare suggest the obvious situation of opening it with the key. Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on the trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When Acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no obsession. Maya Fey was to train in there. Mr. Bikini did mention a number of times now that I think about it. He says that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who could open this lock. I arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that a friend of yours brings the accused back soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I don't know. Should I? Or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's it coming from? What's up, Chief? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't wake me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How do you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you want to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there. Are you trying to be clever or something? So what's behind this, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. Garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Is that over the other way around? Well, see you later. So, do we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right? Of course, what else will we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe's thinking of washing off. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A welcome will always show up whenever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... what the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? This could be more obvious. It says... Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all the questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. A little lantern. A little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But this ice on the bowl has been broken. It's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier in that water this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? There's a charm or something poking out in the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belongs to the victim. Miss Elise Denim? Yeah, there's a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found the bolts of the victim on all the charms can match exactly. Sounds to me like this little ticket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here, and it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleaned away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. Can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked in the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed. I got picked up on my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got so much hurt when I left on the couch. Is that it? That's it! Whoever cleared the snow away must have a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. How's the internal investigation going? We had the best forensics team in the world working on that place. Forensics team? And what is the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you really think I let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there is a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. The stone lantern and the surrounding area that is not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got a lab boy to look them over. The results were kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Did Mr. Godot tell you that yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could be disappeared to on the side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edward to get here, pal. Edward? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edward wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edward sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is that it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donald's blood? I haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it looks that way, pal. Well, it's interesting. Phoenix Wright? I presume you know, don't you? Why his name is written upside down? You know what? That is really bothering me too. I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really one logical explanation for this mystery. Miss Elise Dunham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. At least that's our current theory of how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Dunham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. And then, what this bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... Well, what was it? If it wasn't seeing the crime, what did she? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Certainly a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? Oh, wait a sec, the bloody writing and the other clues here. Someone could easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly did you forget, Phoenix Wright? Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible because Dusky Bridge was completely burnt out. I was overseeing repairs of the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off of the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was a scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what was it that Bikini actually saw. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright! Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming the state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we gotta hurry and lock up the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my affair is a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we cannot allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright? But it's Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mr. Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for the change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there anything to demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she struck some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Alice was just here, you know. She was accompanied by the handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a contrary call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely choose to testify about what you saw. There's no shame in that. But we'll see too that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Shoes doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! you were the only one who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just become a shitless Drew. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclops of hers. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunham has a special significance in this temple. As to why she's a sense of significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Miss Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I have my suspicions immediately after I saw her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times. Rawr! Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like this could possibly mean? It's a talisman armor, isn't it? Interesting. Oops! This thing speaks volumes of who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman is one other item especially to prove Miss Dunham's true identity. The painting is obscured with this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows a master of Korean village technique. The crest on the top of the sign is an honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talismans a victim carried for her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Korean. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I don't know what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. Well, what? You mean the acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! So at least Dunham is Misty Fey all along. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one has seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Korean talisman? It's a symbol of the Master of Korean. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until the death? So at least Dunham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the Master of Korean village technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What is happening? It can't be... Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! It's kind of temper right. The inner temple! Let's take it to Kevin and Training Hall. It might have well caved in. Well, what? Why? It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand around and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. You may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. I won't bar you from answering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at the moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. You heard it in someone. Right! Ah! What are you doing here? How could I have... How can you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yeah! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than I scored that defended alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let that happen. Right, the inner temple's area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped at this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get the manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple's like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Mrs. Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have got to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get the Treasure Hole Sacred Cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the Sacred Cavern haven't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could ever expected. What? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me, what the hell is going on? Alright, we finished this part. Right, is there what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquakes, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, I only know there was only one lock when the last time come here. So you're saying that you can undo these new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistake you will mistake of your current state. Go and get some rest. That is your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hindered us of our lives. That said, once I have pride and be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems like this is the where we part ways meetings, right? I'm gonna stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquakes we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I am. I was in the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? When I saw these chains here. I saw all the extra laws that someone had put at the sacred cavern's door in. Who in the world would do something like this? These trick laws are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set up these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisco Valcarbe. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now somehow there's 5 of them. What does this mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to ensure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there's only hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. I'm going to have to call out your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing that I don't quite get. And what that might be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazuka Temple at the night of the incident, but you were seen the same evening in the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime at Hazuka Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazuka Temple and the inner temple? Is as if you would... Well, Iris, it's about time you told us the truth. I don't know. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. It's weird that no one's around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here on the mountains when you're on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check on the shack that's down the path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mr. Clay? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose ourselves. This is the what? Hey, we might comfort each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, somebody did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over the miserable little campfire. Stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why is he firing off over something I better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mr. Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting a flame to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Loris... Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he's on. Okay, so what happened to me when I was here last night? Well, I was wide awake when after lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew on this picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take a sketch of the face value. Hey, what is that look up down on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing all that happened? I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't matter what I was doing, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls. But yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh boy. Whoa. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearl? It's all over for me. My spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazuka Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Ah. Wah! Way to go, Nick, you made her cry. That's really cruel of you. Wah! Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break their cyclops to get the truth out of her. Wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere? I bet Gumshoe and Sister Bikini's tight. Well, what's the damage? How's the secret cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 blocks that were stopping us from getting inside the secret cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only person who knows how to settle these locks are those type of correct traditions. We have Iris in the secret cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared in the temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time. It's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Korean, and her daughters the main family. All other means become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and will plot to erase those in the main family line. Is there power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know the power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Master Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on the hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Korean technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to communicate with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kinda expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Ho ho ho, you're really direct, are you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. It was when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the breaker still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. You knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history that police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel a victim's experience and learn the identity of the murder. The medium referred to channeling was Misty Faye, Baya's mother. Though Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of the certain man surfaced. Armed with gun as ever, the investigator has spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world has ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth! Mystic Misty's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya told you exactly his name before. We, the women of Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because of the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit the power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes a new master, and the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, mine had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia was rumored to have said? She said it wasn't because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got all tired of setting over the rivalry between her mom and her aunts. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master Seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? That's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home Korean village. What she did was terrible. It was all she could make her own daughter the next master. It's supposed to be know about Mystic Morgan's daughter. Then you must already realize that Iris. Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was the only child. You jest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator of the murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? That all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking her twin sisters with him. Twin daughters. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, and be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris had a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. You helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt because of Mr. Morgan's anger towards the May family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin sisters were taken to her by the jeweler husband. But even they couldn't destroy her dream of her child of hers would one day lead a clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break few of the bars that confined her. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. It's just funny how she just casually mentioned that Pearls has two older sisters. Like, she said it so casually too. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when I used to search in the family room in Lane. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. Investigating, love investigating. It's the passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. Oh, I never get that go to listen to reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight, every case is gonna be airtight. Hey pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise with Mr. Richworth. Promise I would find a real murder weapon. A real murder weapon? That barbed sword turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, so I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, detective? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't be hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing in the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the Sacred Cavern, we're going to be faced with an ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find a murder weapon. And all I can find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was that incinerator outside the temple. Incinerator? I knew it. I knew that I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when we first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone had used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? You mind? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's had no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better take a good look over it and get some theory of thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't a shitty shistro that we found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Escher proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's why you're running through the headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, it was tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got a feathered forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You really gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright, the murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! Metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming a mile away. Well, you want to give the scientific investigation a go? Huh? Well, me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help detect the gumshoe out or not? Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's only advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high tech you can skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure. That's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. On the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, roll the detector around to give these courtyards a good look, you see, pal. And when that happens, press the A button to give the area a good high stare. This thing picks up metallic objects like they're hidden from sight too. Take a look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? This looks like a wallet? Aha! So that's where it's been! Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyways. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. The wallet's completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money on it anymore. Then how come my metal detector pick it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. This is Mr. Gillum's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, it's usually made of wood. The detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, this thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of metal detector to find metal objects so you can't see it? It's really this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Ah! Top was coming off. Look what you've done! You jammed a really important piece of evidence. Ah! That's a sword? Inside a staff? Is this... could it be... the murder weapon? I never guessed there would be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workshop really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime is the inner temple garden, then why is the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. Then I guess it isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This is definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shinishisto, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left. Even the most have been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. What are you up, detective? Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now. You're gonna get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off just a little while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please! Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been murdered? Please, detective! Please just wait till we get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If you can tell that we knew about it, didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Now. Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that can have some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. I can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Denham doing at the staff like this in the first place? Cops are still comb the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Oh, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away! I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You say you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was running on something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort in the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance there's an actual crime scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing on blood? And the talisman here in the snow? Exactly. As you know, these things could have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gone over your fear of earthquakes? No. Though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids in the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and he passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. my dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case is finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you choose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There's something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I feel like I've seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look at her file? Yes, I checked every case file I ever worked on. And I was right. I have seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And the cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I cannot give you that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves the case. The woman I know was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazuka Temple. And neither does the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Hey Edgeworth, do you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was the key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Whoa. What? Well, her metallic process is a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. thanks to the presence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one another connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dolly Huckleberry's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from the branch family of the Corain channeling technique. Did you say Corain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected to that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of the channeling school. And you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an intimate was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 into the case file and you'll know. Of course, how can I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you understand someday. And then you'll see that the Corain channeling technique is real. Alright, let's do this. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were really doing that night. You said you were in your room housing a temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be true? Yes, it's where it was. Iris, I believe you were innocent. That's why I want to believe that you're trying to tell me, too, but I can't. You know, this person saw you somewhere else in the night of the murder. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping a young acolyte in training in the temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned housing the temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were then in the temple the night of murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start at 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left about 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris. But lying doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main temple at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. You still testify the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen in the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright? We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you have forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. But it brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I managed to prove two things. First, at the night of the incident, you were in the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell housing the temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent possibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How can that be? There's only one of me! It's impossible! Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple night of the murder was your own twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. That's the secret you're trying to hide from me. Ah! I was in my room the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I was brought in the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that sister became on the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister has always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I haven't been listening in the way that she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here at Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down the twisted path. Started to commit crime after crime, and in the end she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? There was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I helped. Yeah, she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? It was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother is the eldest family, our main branch of the Fay family. The Wayne family had a lot of influence on many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was sent to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. Power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over the master career. I would be Mr. Fay, or Maya's father. But before long, the credibility of Korean tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mr. Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick drive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came to Hazuka Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had $1. Valerie. I had no place in the new family, you see. Oh. You haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I heard she's been very battered, physically and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked everything I can from my capacity of my prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fake Clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I wanted to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She says she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's so much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you. I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Girl's a psych lock. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick! Ha! You're too late, Nick. You came in for one of our potatoes and already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, this is the final psych walk of this game. Throughout the dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Denham's room reading the book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was someone else I had to go instead. I'm so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearl never went to Miss Elise Denham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what are you worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, you will tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one simple reason, and that is this. It's obvious you were worried about Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew that treating Maya was undertaken was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Oh my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you come one with those you channel. Wahahaha. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because of you, who introduced Classical Temple Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't just sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. And then we're clear that you went to Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. But what time is it you head over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before I started, but there was so much snow that I didn't get over there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know how the time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. You heard the lights out bell? Classical Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. It would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing the bell? Huh? Why? I think I know why. The reason you were worried about that bell is because of this. You were given some instructions to follow that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Well, where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. While the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit that you were supposed to be channeling? Taking into account of the author unknown and the purpose of writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls have to try to channel? Well, I'm thinking it's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was on the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met in the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by the name before reading the instructions. I thought so. Pearls didn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever was asking you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, didn't you? But you followed them in the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter is your mother, Morgan Fay. What? Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She said anything rather than admitting to carrying out the instructions. So I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing I should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proved that it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How did you know that? It could have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought of carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what it was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the flames of Hades and bring their vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words bravely and rose, among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we could read some books together? But really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy with that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother has asked me to. It's just a simple thing and I couldn't even do it right. And that's it. No more Cyclops after this. Well, till the next game, till the next trilogy. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple, where the pot full of leftover gravy. Gravy? I saw the picture of the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of Parain, like I said in the letter. And see, and then, well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple's guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why don't you just go to the training hall? If Mystic Maya's main training has already started, I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was, so I wasn't prepared to get through it. But then Pearl, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, and they heated up the leftover gravy, and I let Tom in the steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so tribal with her experience, Larry. It was written right here in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It will work out. If you want, I'll come flying to the sky with you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation on why you can channel the spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could have happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Oh, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, just like dating a girl, Nick. You can see a hot chick if she's taken already. And that would mean the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Your mother's gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me. The time we have been waiting has now come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you in our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Faith Land, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. Mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fake Land, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fake Land, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There's a picture with her letter, too. A picture. Oh, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal in it was broken, as if someone's already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us. So I'm sure Mr. Mime will be alright. Look at her innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, haven't you, Trite? You'll finally realize how terrible at a crime being painfully obvious is. No. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks to be a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Well, why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their side. You were the only one who could have saved them. I didn't know anything about what's going on. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being obvious is the heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick? Is that man just said true? They'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, my master seat is yours. The last great wish. It seems I was just in time. And we're done with the investigation part. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mr. Maya? I'm sorry, you don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the temple. Oh, I see. So Sister Iris trying to remove those trick blocks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be in the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as the witness of the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor is leading her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francisco Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca is going to be prosecuted today. What? Then who is? Who else could it be but Cadeau? Cadeau? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistant, naturally. We estimate that the last of these locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly as we see some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot tends to nail the case shut today. Be prepared to fight that there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. Yeah, but I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic meeting that you were yesterday. It's strange, on the way here I said that today will be the end of this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have the answer to most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Mr. Lee's, no, I mean Miss Misty Fay. It's impossible for Flight Larry claims to have seen. And what was that woman really after? I will solve them all and bring the whole tragedy to an end. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris at Hazuka Temple. Your Honor? Well, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in the chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings, our hearts change with the shifting of our tides. There's only one thing that remains incoherent of the crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies in the bottom of this mug. So that you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazuka Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why did she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazuka Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Mr. Lee's Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with a cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the light to show Mystic Elise. Carried out to the Hazuka Temple courtyard where I disintegrated it. What? Order on the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, correct. What? These minutes in court already covered the cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be in this case is to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Heck it, Dell. So this is a confession they were considering about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Who's crying when you're trying to cover it up for your actions? Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely out the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been in Hazuka Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazuka Temple was run by the branch families of the Parade tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Parade channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. Not only did you witness the murder, do you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned out the area trying to protect her. But that's ridiculous. Maya could never see such a... Defense will refrain from the commentary until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going to this direction. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise try Mr. Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved it to deliver the fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only a self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was a self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one to attack first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You got an instinct of a true criminal. Something not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that's the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. She moved it to deliver the failed strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached the robe with her weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And at least Dunham trying to stab her with his weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing when you find Lawyer Boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add to that statement in the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Drew stepped away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all. But all you can do is staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! At least Dunham had really wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That's an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close-quarter combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecutor has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back his argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony cannot be trusted. Yeah, Mr. Lee Sim will never take an attempt to life of Maya Fey. At least Denham will never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Denham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No! Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is a master of Korean channeling technique. She is also a mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Denham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like I had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, the one he hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecutor can offer some explanation why she would do such a thing? Ugh. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness testimony, it seems rather natural enough. However, in light of some facts that we just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away the sword during the fight, and 2. That the victim violated the death of mother and daughter. Despite the facts that believable when taken their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it? You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I have a detective who loves to investigate since the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified of seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to have blood on it. Well, where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree in the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck on the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your age just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed at such short notice. In any case, the retort would take the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered the blood test be performed immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab by testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard have numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having felt the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe you consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, you will please testify again to the court. About what, Your Honor? Well, the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, so Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit on the head with the staff. But then she attacked Mystic Elise, the next weapon, and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one in the defensive with her back on the stone lantern. That's why Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there was any bad feelings between them, but it happened 17 years of Mystic and Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back in the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's correct. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from the stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of data sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We're all in the butt and back. You catch my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it out with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of the testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting between mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach? There certainly is some coherent. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick up each one requires total consideration and use of all senses. Were you really considering what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguous when she said, when the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs to know one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazuka has a rule on the nights when the acolyte is in the temple training. The stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It had been used in a long time, the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, the illusion in fact was to erase all the consideration away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trike? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flames of truth in your mind. Why is the justice sitting there with a look of his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Hmm? Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elite didn't fall right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it is clear as a whistle. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles in my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim saw this message in the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Cadeau, anything further? Mr. Cadeau? Okay then, let's move on. Cadeau is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to return our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Leaf died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future Master of Flame tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it all behind me all the way across Dusty Bridge, and I used Snowmobile to carry it back to Hazuka Temple Land. I used the shitty shifts to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazuka Temple. I owe a great deal to thanks to the Bay Clan, but even so, I never imagined that at least Dunham was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible thick of faith. I believe you're looking for a twist of faith, Your Honor. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. A snowmobile? That will show us sooner or later. Yes, I have the key. I used a snowmobile to travel from Hazuka Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that impressed me the other day. Should I ask for more details? If she really did move the body by a snowmobile, Then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you expect tracks. The picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that, right? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazuka Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? The murder took part, the snow already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack up against the other evidence. Your Honor? Wright's statement Cyrus just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow already stopped. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred? But I'm sorry, Iris. That just is impossible. What? This is the weather data of the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at the time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you couldn't pull the wool on the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off by the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limit. Any further line and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't make squat right now. Ooh, squat? The important thing is now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can be disputed. First, the body of the least Dunham was discovered in the Hazuka Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Cyrus disagreeing Elise Dunham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. Why are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. My memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood for that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory on that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you still perfect try, then maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled on the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way to get across the burned out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add explanation to that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just been confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling? Had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there's no way to cross the burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is the photo of Dusky Bridge after it was burnt down by the lightning blast. It was taken from the morning after the incident. It certainly was burnt to the crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would have been impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit his testimony, it's going to be a demon that's the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Try it. I'm only going to say this one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I would exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that you've been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't check it out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go. Mr. Lace Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Maurice Dunham. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was in the mountain shack, High Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you all seen this sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, isn't it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it's drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole case upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? What did Joseph say? Alright, then let's hear the defense theory. What exactly is the sketch are trying to show? Only a whisker face is going to forgive me any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Maurice Dunham is... Of course the victim was running through the air. You can clearly see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. Wah! That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult in Temple yet. Ugh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now present her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. What? I've heard it said before. I get it now. That's why I believe the sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright, then let's hear the exact theory. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm not art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence Turner stated over and over. This sketch was exactly what he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're finally back to the finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? There's wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality that supposed conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how this sketch contradicts reality. That's the photo of the bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch to the photo in a minute. In this sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But in an actual dusky bridge, jumping jitterbugs! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order! This sketch is somewhat different from what's depicted in the photo. However, is it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make such a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying that you know the answer to that? Listen, think back again. Remember what Maurice was doing when he went to this event? He was in Heavenly Hall waiting for his lover that never was going to come. He waited and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and set the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Lawrence would have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered that scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh, no way. Lawrence didn't witness the event while he was laying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch could actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence doing sketches like this. This is how it actually looks. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, she was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to the crisp, there is no way to get across it. But if the body had been in the inner temple, it would cause problems. This is where the criminal decided to get help. They used a burning bridge to get the body across the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge was about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover the distance to the pendulum, you need to rope at least 10 yards long. To get the rope that long, you need to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. But it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared a rope beforehand. So then... they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it's just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give an explanation and support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had a rope on the created pendulum? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires on the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose in the anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. They tried to wire around this, at least done on his body. So there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha! Damn, he's chugging that thing. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of rope being readily available were very high. But suppose there's no possibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you could prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was slung over like a pedendrum? Before I present my evidence, let me reveal what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see the one that's in front of the inner temple. So that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop at the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? That makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from the distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body was found about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sites. The body overswung due to the forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, that blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came out of Mr. Lee's Dillon's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pedendrum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. I explained your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body would have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool you down. Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what will that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee must rely on accomplish a deep, profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese, if you can elaborate a bit more. The criminal has sent the body to the other side like you said. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying the way to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Husky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. It can't be a work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body could have made it to Husband Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at Husband Temple site? It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. And with her bad back, Sister Peking could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it. That's right, are you gonna listen to this testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty on the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazuka Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was on two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention that you first gave your testimony? You mentioned what? The pedendrum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the eyewitness, I have established that the body was moved using the burnout bridge. That means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should already know. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pedendrum. But the body could have been passed along the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it will be impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Irish to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that this witness is an Irish high school temple? Are you serious? Try. You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris who could have received the course that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick on my stomach this whole trial. Why her own demeanor changed suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman was standing here in the witness stand. Her real name is... I never thought I'd utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister I had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here at your noble presence. The honor's all mine. No, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? Now where do I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia turning and helping the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder in the temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened? Naturally, it has no coincidence. The whole thing was part of the plan at the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. Oh, what's that? These instructions were carried by your mother, Morgan Fay. The part of the plan called the Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there are 2 irises in Nausicaa Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was eating before dinner time, which means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini saw in the temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit the Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. This witness currently standing here in the witness stand is the real Iris. Well, what? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled would have been stranded in the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by Pedendrum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. But the being notified of what happened, the police came to the Husband Temple main hall. Then they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police's supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that Iris is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like a real Iris in the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch place? Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness' identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have a spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. While Mr. Wright, since the time that was arrested by Hazuka Temple, has there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Your Honor, I think there might be one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Well, who is it? Who would have given her mercy for her to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't need to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move around was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How can I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, I was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I met none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in the right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice! Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name or profession. That's one of my rules. It's her. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current possession? Permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Ooh, things are spicing up. Now, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Now, what witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we were to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan you carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by my Morgan Evangelist stole her own daughter to be as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have to blame Pin on Iris. The plan went wrong, and it seems I have succeeded anyways. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Didn't you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, do you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Cadeau is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk to Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Ultimate Profit and ex-Master Cray, she's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person who cared about me in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who had also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one is that woman, the bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with the absence of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams on her poor child's back, all because of his pathetic treatment having a bloodline that's become the main family. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master will have to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to the plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted was nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. That life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How can anyone do that? You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, so there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to play the crime on your younger twin? On Sister Iris of Hazuka Temple? She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If anyone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case is Lieutenant Nun, since the bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazuka Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Why did you end up in the murder of Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. There's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. That's absurd. Maya is just... she's just trapped. Trapped inside a sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despise you. Your sibling naiveness and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why didn't you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind of gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Understand why I wanted Maya fate now? What my goal was? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you had the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her own hand that I suffered my first humiliation. I want her to feel the same pain that she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, is on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan. Just for that? You have to kill Maya? Your goal is no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I already told you, there's not a thing you could do to me. At night. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up. I put the demon-wearing hood. And I picked up the staff that was by the side of Hazuka Temple. So, it was at least Donna who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey in the inner temple, and wobbled back, cutting her own back. But what did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storage room and... So then you're saying that you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does it mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, and I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya would never stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scribbled her name in the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped to have cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in a secret cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in a secret cavern? That entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swear I didn't return to the underworld just until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. Huh. I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined your own will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came to the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. Then I make sure I hide myself in the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went in to cover the hanging whole squirrel with gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. British had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, so I had hope. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan has succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that summoned me, I had assumed it was the Pearl Fae. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instruction. But I was wrong. The person who had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fae, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I left Cautionist in the garden, it was her body that had left flying there. Maya Fae, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most valuable sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fae, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fae's life was none other than your darling little Maya. But ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fae has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea where she's still at a sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? The Eagle River? Maya Fae killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's when she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? there was a woman in the cave. Was it my fate? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer, Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt of what she has done, Maya Faye jumped to her death in the raging rivers of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Try. Have you ever heard of this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to the witness, Maya Faye threw herself in the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder took place in the garden, which means that Maya thrown herself in the river. It must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump from the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself in the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself in the river from the temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? It's impossible to jump from the Eagle River side and the temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you just say? 11 years ago, you jumped from the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side was a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, you would be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Huh, so you finally figured it out. No! Order! You're just playing with me. My face body is at the bottom of the river. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. You now know that she didn't throw herself in the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems impossible, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously above. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are all falling in place. Normally living, there's no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Molly Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Faye is? There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye's here? You say that she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I have misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. Pearl Fey, that pathetic little swimming grunt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Whenever I feel like channeling someone, this is the first time it happened. Is there any explanation why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could have happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again the day after crying, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth becomes more clear for you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl who channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. Well, what? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone who's trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what will happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect yourself from you. To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazardglass closed out and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you! No. Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by the little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Legal River. This was the only avenue of escaping open for Maya. There's only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out of the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who would have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! Here's something else. But what? What are you doing here? The hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought I should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you wouldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, but I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and locked herself in the sacred cabin until help arrived. So that was Maya who put out the lock in there. Yes, but why did you order her to do two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded during channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dr. Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like it was intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Well, what do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failures. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Dahlia Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! It wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oath of a prisoner, that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, you spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you have gotten the spiky hair drink a guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all the eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way we could punish you because you are already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly what the punishment you will never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you will have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Damn. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Wow, that was hardcore. Nick, sis. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I had just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Cadell, what happened to Dolly Hawthorne? As if you ask me, Your Honor. It looks like she went back to the hell that she's from. It seems that Mr. Fay was the only victim of this crime. Maya Fay, as well as the young Pearl Fay, were also victims of the wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has finally come to the end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how you're comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concealed effort to study out the recurring channeling technique. Hey, isn't it a New Year's issue of old cults? I've done quite a few things in my many years on my bench. And all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and each takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we must discern ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of that way. At any rate, it's time for the past judgment in the case of Iris Asuka Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gobble, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Cadell? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he meant. Well, what? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dolly's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the Stone Lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got in the storage room, and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dolly Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person who ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dolly. At least, no, Misty Fay. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any testimony. The prosecution is ready to call a final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Fay. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There is one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder will take place? The very same person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? Can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. Prosecutor calls Maya Fay to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fay to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright. I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think of much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without a clean understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to become dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court's now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and I didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the trading hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the Sacred Cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out so much as you did? Huh? If you hadn't tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dolly had come with me and has a good temper. I always loved her. Dolly was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful for her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded me so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspect that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile head to the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in the body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazuka Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her with the rope and stabbed her at the Shiny Sister. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person who called you the cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawksley. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she knew who Elise Dunham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office to talk with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. She knew I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out the answer by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? I just wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that's just maybe. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in a garden in the temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means, the real killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved in the Heretical Temple since died by Penendrium. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the inner temple side almost the entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in the Heretical Temple the following day. That's as much help as I could give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Alright, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who is it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I had to prove it. Me, all by myself. Alright. Alright, let's finish this. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test that we performed earlier. Test? Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used to fight with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, the whole test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say for certainty. The blood on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood in the dagger. Then who is it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically and spiritually, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager of Wright and Cole offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a supreme medium in the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain in the Fae bloodline must have been quite unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Mr. Lee Dillon's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any...
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching this whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen them squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden of the women's prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck by the head? I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawkdar, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. You think you screamed? But you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soaked my ropes. I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it would be my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya's really out of her mind. But I wonder if she meant my last hope. What should I do? Should I press her on more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me! Yeah. But you testified you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when it happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you say? Yeah, that's right. I was the person behind the attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker? There was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up and try to hide things from the chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add to your testimony. I didn't see my man behind my attacker to light the stone lamp, and that's a lie. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of them crying, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order in court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk into the perfect clear darkness of coffee stir. That is the state of the witness mind right now. A cup of coffee I'll take. Coffee a lay? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are their milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spooning board, I have you know. You might have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What do you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there is a fatal contradiction in the witness' best bit of testimony. Nick, may I recall a witness statement about her attacker? She said that she didn't know if it was a man or woman or adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she could clearly describe him as a man. Ah! In other words, it would have to be that Maya actually saw a mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What in the world does this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she always see in the dark? There's no other light source in the sea. There's some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, do you see who the killer was in the dark? And now, you're trying to cover for him? Cover? For the man who killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I could draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us who you got. Who was the person that you seen his face on in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court will like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you approach to showing something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the court murder. Order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked by hearing yourself accused of such a thing. Why are you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? Well, you saw that night. Was it three glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Well, witness, Mr. Wright, what the... You stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize that until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just about lying in the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place was already changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. But all the snow around the snowland had been carefully cleaned up. Since the person did all that work alone, I should assume it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot says, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural you'll become a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination. Torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer that lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them because it was possible for him to cover up what he dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort to make it move in the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only thing that would gain anything in that would be the only person that was in the temple, Maya. Very well. Let's hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up in the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed and I'm not sure like a rectangle shape form around the lantern. There's a lot of shovels around the hidden temple. They're really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. And an odd fellow indeed, the killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take his snow away? Well, there's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say a lot of victims' blood sprayed into the snow? Yeah. The area I cleft ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer purposely was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. It's true. You couldn't just scoop with just the snow that was stained with blood. Well, there's some mysteries left behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Naturally, a killer wanted it done, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding in evidence for me, for my sake. But what? Hiding it from you? Everyone knew that I was the only one in your temple that night. Your sister pretending had come back to look at the garden. She may have thought that you have done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that you like the killer cleaning up the crime scene and makes it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. How do you add that into your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. The body of Elise Denham was carried all the way to the Huska Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, snow that was suspected covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that it was done on an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured out by then, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly in the white snow lantern. Maya. Ah! If a killer has some motive to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't he wipe up the writing on the lantern? Ah! You're right. Order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. That's not wiped out the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, don't you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing in the lantern? I don't know how the killer's plan was, but in the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern, there must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Godot, earlier in the trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as you thought. The root killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they would have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must have meant that they didn't notice it. But it doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person will miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in the incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who's the person that would have failed to notice this? We already know. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back on the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Well, why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just a minute. There's certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on the white background, can't you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron that delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on. There's something that still bothers me, Mr. Godot. Why have we not explained the bloodstain in the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood got stain and smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup. because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, these letters would appear black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Cadell, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I couldn't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it till now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Cadell is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Cadell, the defense at the time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a discouraging fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink wraps. Come on. What does a little graffiti make me a little killer? Besides, it's not the one, it's not my name that's written there. I'm sure that the killer was able to see the color red. That is red. This is red. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there in the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all the snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide a bloody snow, why not just take the part just in that area? Yes, that's why you didn't take out the area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood and escaped to the snow. And so he just removed all the snow. Could it be sure that where the blood has landed, so he removed the whole area? Isn't it more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would be able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say at least. Can you explain this, Mr. Cadell? Wait just a minute. Maya? Well, what is it, witness? Mr. Cadell isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up to after the old bridge was fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I mean, I look at it, but Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you sentimental, old man? You established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover up Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Shrite. Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir, after I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there too at the Inner Temple too. Pearly was also stuck in the Inner Temple that night. Next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was at the spare pet room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her up right up. Who is this Pearly? It's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was at the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. What you heard was someone else is simply not admirable as testimony. What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a very more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're on the road. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We'll believe the witness. Well, Mr. Godell? Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if that defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. He said it was a very nice little gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Cadeau. And here I was thinking you were just nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. It's more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't many places to look at the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy looking over the garden with a fine-tooth comb. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Cadeau style. In the same way. I'm the same way. I like to handle words in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask more questions. Phoenix style. You say you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went through as well as yours, right? After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Gobble. The only thing odd I discovered was the beauty of the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Chat of her stunning Japanese car surrounded by hue, aroma, and Western taste. Western taste? Could you find a stranger waiting to our gravy? So they were... So from there you headed to the prep room? Wait a sec, what did Cadeau say just now? I just found a fertile weak point. It's the only one thing to be important here. Where was Cadeau when the murder took place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, we couldn't have killed at least Tenno. Mr. Cadeau, first time you crossed Dusty Bridge went to the inner temple. It was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made a one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Cadeau is right. The scroll shows the picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? Well, why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment than a culprit. No, Mr. Cadeau, if you hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way to know that was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crescent there. Ah, that's a mark of a master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, you would have guessed the picture of Misty Faye in there. True, but Mr. Cadeau described what was underneath like this. Shadow of the stunning Japanese scarf surrounded by pure Roman and Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crescent meant. However, he wouldn't know that it was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Cadeau, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trey? What is it? The whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption that I know beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Cadeau knew about the plan. Huh? Well, what did you just say? Is it really possible another person knew about the plan? The crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fair authorized the plan in her daughter's future, and the instructions are hidden somewhere in the Fate Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how she knew the crime was going to take place in the inner temple. And you still accept this crafty killer as me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Cadeau could have known about the instructions were hidden. If he had wanted to know, he had a great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they have hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center? Yes, it would have been arranged if you or someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. Murder will not be carried out without prior knowledge. And you're the only one who could acquire this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there are reasons for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. On the conversation during the jail visit where he planned for the crime, after describing the plan hidden in the temple and waiting for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took the person's life. And then he did all that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of such crime, I have to ask you, why will I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see, and certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, and lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness' life, his behavior is still too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you yet? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, try. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person in the license very sent to this whole story. One person is having you and Maya Fey together explicitly. There's a very good reason for why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That is when you were a defense attorney. But wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? If you're honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. No name of this man calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convicted named Terry Falls kills himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness of disguise. In the end, Mia couldn't tear out the disguise. However, there's one man who reached out to help her.
Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney, works at an office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia. Can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put it all in faith in her clients. The pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I couldn't never forget Dolly Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dolly wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since that trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dolly Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers call it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever called it a murder. I was in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That wound poisoned the real number of my central nervous system. I lost all my sight. All my hair turned white because of the damage it caused. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes. I have already thought I lost everything I had. The woman I love has been murdered. And the woman I love has been sentenced to death. The woman you loathe. The woman who has spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dolly Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge against me before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for one step away from her best days, there are only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was huge, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really are. Well, that's why you became a prosecutor? One of the reasons for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way to make up for the sins for not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something like that about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit at Morgan Detention Center? I knew the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought I could do that. I couldn't keep that girl from being caught up with it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known about the actual purpose of the plan to kill Maya, she would have never have helped out. Finally, the day the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Iris of Hazuka Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall of the backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how could you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, the king did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Korean had great authority. Even without her official position, Mia Fey still wield great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements for all this time. I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of some things, so I'll be back later. Alright, I have returned. If you see a weird cut, that means that I was away. But now I'm finally back. We will now continue back to the Mori's journey. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother is cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to carry out Wright soon enough, we went for the first time to Hazuka Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't chill on Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, we could come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together? We thought we could prevent her from playing a part of Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the sphere first, the pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Crane, Misty Faye's power was supreme. That's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role is a plan to make sure that no one's going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you need to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. No. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There's only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, but please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't stop him from his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I hope you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us of the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. I wasn't dead though, and she struck back with the enemy behind me. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at the moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them. but then they disappear all of a sudden. Ha! Things break Trite, even in the best of our theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. What do you mean by just at the moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dolly Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dolly Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And that's when the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, the deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff has already been plunged into the victim. Ah! Is that right? She couldn't have struck her back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger that the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found in the crime scene, stuck in the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood cut and dagger could have been pinned from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying that the blood on his dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Cadeau, it would have proved it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by the detective that brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here in the courtroom. Yes, what does it prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee. Right, that blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to have established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said it was wounded the killer? That's right. But, if Mr. Cadeau had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes would have been bloody or have a rip on them, right? Maya? Maybe he's just changed his clothes That solves the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back in the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple site got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed to the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Order in the court. What did they say? Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought the change of clothes? The judge takes smart pills during the last recess. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't have any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up here late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'll be frozen solid. Ah! Ha! So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. It's the fact I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. The old pursuit thing from the first game. Ha! That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Shrike. Oh my god. What a fitting way to have this team back. Especially since this is the final case in the final moment. Since there is just one piece of evidence that could prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you gotta say. There's one thing to demonstrate in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. Oh, what did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this on a different angle. I don't need to think about why there's no bloodstains on his clothes. I need to show how he hit the wound. In the end, it's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you said the killer hit his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given up by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I say this whole case is solved. Arrgh! We got him. We got him. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in your footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's why I thought, Mr. Goodell. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person who could never find it in the heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind the mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But, you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone to talk to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help from Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for the woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was an arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked it up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goodell. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando! I believe in you! I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound! It's bleeding! Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando! You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Hey, still a badass in the very end. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defended? Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I was willing to cooperate anyways. Very well. Before I hand out my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. Oh. I just remember. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? Well, we only met twice? The first time you met was on a fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria in the very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It's just... it can't be true. I mean, during the whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman who you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope you can forgive me, Amy. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepare for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, and didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel that something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever it was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are a person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I ever had. Do you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. That's pretty cool. The purpose of the trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least Delno. At some point, I expect you to be tried in your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. Yay! We finally done with this case. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. But Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there as today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more I can learn from me. But Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I'll miss you. I handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick! Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? At night, when I channeled Mia to get advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francesca? Still unsolved tienes always, Phoenix, right?
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that.
Edgeworth and Francesca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If those two hadn't been on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gone anywhere. Wow. Well, where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay on the bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hoodie pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francesca. I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never any use anymore to anyone, not even once. But that's not true, right, Nick? What? You asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franny? Did I draw you up too? Ah! But beauty cannot be possibly captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you do it, like you promised? You're going to be a model for my next picture book, Franny's Whippity Whip trick? Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right.
You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francesca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is much more wise a person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time that she needs to be as strong as she can. But what did you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there is someone who has hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's tried her best not to cry. Someone has been hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand. Yow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who was Maya being strong for? Pearl Faye. A poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard is to follow the instructions, but so that she loved and believed in her mother Morgan. It is for the good for the Bay clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya's great mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, is this where you all were? Wow, looks like we got quite a bunch here today. Ow! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of his own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. Make reservations for first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip is was a good reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said the first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the Lucy's last shaking potatoes. You know, mine's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot to celebrate to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, the Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? We could probably have gone. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazuka Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where the whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's just retreating home. Why don't you hurry on and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I never caused trouble to you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. And even one of you weren't there. I'm sure I wouldn't be here alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. But Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are a daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want you to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always been in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be within me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something that all masters have to follow, isn't there? You never take the charm out till the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept in her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the context. That... a photo? Ah! Mother... It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. So what do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearl, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah, this is a day to remember, a day where a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Whoa! Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because the training in the battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take on special care of you. Huh? That'll be great, Nick. We're going to do a lot of special course naturally. Huh? That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could just do one more little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. And now we are officially done. Trials and Tribulations, and this whole trilogy. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the Office Master Wright and Pull offices, I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. It's nice that we finally get to finish the whole Ace Attorney trilogy, the first Ace Attorney trilogy. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. You went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there was a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. So what's next? We'll be moving on to the next, well, it's not trilogy, quadrilogy. We'll be playing Ace Attorney Investigations next stream. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as per present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty shabby old overcoat is just like a detective, like sir. Don't worry about it. In the end of love, a man is solely and self-sealing. Yep. Next stream we will begin Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, which I'm super excited to play. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Carmen, who I haven't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I'm super excited because I really wanted to play the Ace Attorney Investigations for so long now, and now I get to finally do it. I'm so happy. Desi and I started a company called Master Mask Consulting. We destined to shop the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. My motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans for criminals as kind of side of business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're on the worst criminals. Yep. Can't wait to play the Eastern Investigation. I wanted to show you my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through compromise. Creepy. I'm just old and on the way. A winkly, grumpy clown nose waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69-year-old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Well, I will say the first Ace Attorney trilogy, it was fun. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Egg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mia. As soon as I heard his name, I knew a brain circuits would align perfectly. Adam Mia. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because we provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa! To any of you guys lurkers out there, thank you for watching. And even though you guys don't speak, it's fine. Your presence here is always welcome. You turned such a great, respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard and you had a nosebleed. So yeah, I hope you guys can support me more because we'll be playing the Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth next stream. Which I'm super excited because I've been holding on for over almost a year now. Since that came out last year in September 2024. But now, we're finally gonna get started on that. I'm very happy. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank you guys for being here with me. I super happy and appreciate that you're here. And I hope
What's this?
I'm back from the long and tired vacation. No one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, a little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I got no one.
And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now, what am I gonna do with all these makimanas I bought for everyone?
Oh, it's all bad using the usual chatter. Well, Well,
I finally found something I love to do. Franny's Whippity Whip trip is going to turn to the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A real good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
oh, that's cute. Oh. Armando, Mia, and Misty. Well, and with that, we're gonna go on a raid. Before we do, let's actually check out. Now we unlocked everything. The first Turnabout is about sisters, it's about samurai, it's about goodbyes, and rise from the ashes. And then we got the Lost Turnabout, Reunion Turnabout, Turnabout Big Top, and Farewell My Turnabout. And lastly, we got Turnabout Memories, a Stolen Turnabout, Recipe for Turnabout, Turnabout Beginnings, and Bridge to the Turnabout. And with that, we're gonna rate Lightning Farron. She's doing some retro games. And with that, the stream is now adjourned. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next game. Take care.